You see the smoke in the air and the crews immediately responding. I mean, I can't imagine how these guys reacted to it this morning.
All right, we are expecting an update in just a couple of minutes here. Meantime, let's get back to Janet Katsuyama. She's on the scene speaking with people, trying to get more information and updates for members of the community and from members of the community. Janet?
And we are close by where the news conference is going to happen. But before that happens, we want to talk a little bit with Kathy Rodriguez. Kathy, thanks for taking some time. Tell us where you live in relationship to the house that exploded.
I actually live right there at the 905. It's my property.
Okay, so it's about 6 houses down?
4.
Okay. So this is something we heard from one of your neighbors, Deborah, that this construction has been ongoing and a lot of the residents have been opposed to it. Talk about why.
We've been opposed to it because we barely found out about it in December of 2024 last year. We got a note on our door stating that they want a right to enter and construct on our property, and we didn't know what that meant. We didn't know the language. And so we were also told that if we don't sign it, that we're going to have to pay for all this work on the road. So they basically manipulated and threatened us that we're going to have to pay for it. We didn't sign this paper. So we all...
Who is that from? Who is the paper from?
From Alameda County Public Works. Daniel, he's the director of the project, and Amber Lowe is the one who wrote the letter.
And we are hearing that there was another construction crew that might have hit a gas line here. Did you smell any gas either earlier this morning or in the past, have you, during the construction?
No, I haven't smelled any gas because they just barely started doing the gas work on there, because this right here, the reason why they're doing this right now is they weren't supposed to do that. But because of the way they took our property, they stole 3 feet of our property, and they made it to where all of our properties flooded during the rain. So we were under like 1 foot of water. And so it started damaging, and so I went and I filed a complaint with the Board of Supervisors, sent them pictures. You know, I've been going to the Board of Supervisors over 15 times, explaining to them what these people are doing to our property. They're stealing our land.
And I understand that you have a lawsuit, is that correct?
Yeah, I do have a lawsuit. I sent the timeline to the lawyer today concerning this.
And were you in your house when this happened?
Actually, I wasn't. I was down the street at my other house.
What did you think when you came down here and saw this?
Well, I got phone calls from like 4 different people saying that my house blew up and it was on fire, and I'm all like, what? And so I came over here. I parked around the corner.
And have you seen any damage to your house or any?
I haven't even been over there, so I don't know if there was damage or if there's any damage to it. I know that my neighbors, their house just shook and parts of the roof fell in, so I don't know what happened to my house.
And as a resident in this neighborhood and somebody who's been a long time kind of looking at the area, what is it that you want the government to do? What do you want? What answers or what questions do you have as a result of all of this?
I would like them to follow policy and procedures, number one, when they do road work, because they're supposed to have community meetings with us and ask us what we want done, because they said that they did do that, which is not true. And they took our land without paying us. This is a commercial property, a street right here, so we fall under different rules. We follow under the rules under C1, commercial property mixed use, and they actually violated their own municipal code, because we're supposed to have 20 feet from our building to the sidewalk, and now it's 15 feet.
And you say mixed use, so there's a combination of both businesses and residents along this street. We understand this was a resident.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and we're going to swing around now so that we can get the news conference that is just about to start. I'm going to go ahead and put the microphone up there.
We also have Sergeant Roberto Morales, Roberto Morales, Alameda County Sheriff. We're going to try to start it right at noon, so your noon shows will have it at the top. So give us about 1 or 2 minutes and we'll start it up. And we also have someone here who speaks Spanish, so afterwards we will go to the side and
all right, I just want to detail, you heard that resident talk about the construction that's been going on by their homes and the complaints. She's not the first person who has expressed dissatisfaction with this, but I want to describe to you the construction project that was going on along this section of Lewelling. There were construction crews were installing a new concrete sidewalk, curb, gutter on both sides of the street, curb extensions to decrease crossing distance and improve pedestrian visibility, new bicycle facility, storm drainage improvement and runoff treatment, new street trees and pavement rehabilitation at the time. So that is what was going on in this particular area of Lewelling Boulevard when this happened. And this project, neighbors say, have been going on at least since last couple of years. I've heard the last 2 years from at least one person that lives in this area. So, and if you drive in this area, you see these orange cones along this particular stretch all the time. As soon as you get off the highway, the construction starts right there on Lewelling Boulevard. When you get off right there from 238, this has been going on for some time. I've been driving this area for quite a bit. So they were doing some improvement projects on that area. Let's listen to the fire department now give an update.
Just to give you a brief update of what we have so far, at 9:38 this morning, we were dispatched to the report of an explosion and a house on fire. Our first-in crews did confirm that we had a house on fire and activated a first alarm and a second alarm assignment. Seeing multiple buildings involved, we moved it up to a third alarm fire, which includes about 75 firefighters or personnel assisting on scene right now. We also have mutual aid from other departments in the county helping to backfill our stations that are vacated while our crews are here. What we found right now is that it looks like 2 properties have been affected. There's about 3 buildings on those 2 properties that are significantly damaged. And then there's a property also adjacent to the 2 properties that suffered some minor to major damage onto the side that faces where the explosion or the fire occurred. We had 6 victims in this incident. All 6 were transported to hospitals, unknown of their status or their injuries. Right now, we're going to try and get the fire knocked down, the remaining remnants of it, and we're going to go in and do another search to make sure we're not missing anyone or seeing anything that hasn't been seen already. We'll have another update later today on this.
You mentioned 3 buildings. Were those residential buildings, or were they like out structures like garages?
2 of the 3 look like they were residential structures. The one in the back of one of the properties looks like a workshop with maybe a living quarters on top.
And when you said that last time you said that you were partially finished, is it completely out, or what are the things that you're still working on back there?
There's still some fire in the property to the back, which is that warehouse or that workshop that I just described. Once we get that out, we could get crews in there to search the whole area of every structure.
Where the victims were transported?
Can't confirm that.
Do you know yet a point of origin of fire?
No, we do not. Yep.
Causes related to the construction project?
Unknown at this time.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Roberto Morales from the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I'm the Public Information Officer. So, as the Deputy Chief said, our units arrived within a couple minutes from the Eden Township substation to help out and start immediately evacuating residents from this area. We've been assisting the Alameda County Sheriff's Office with our drones so they can get an overhead look at what's going on, and we're continuously working together to try to make sure that everyone is safe.
In the last briefing, you said you were waiting for somebody from PG&E to work with you guys. Is that the person here, you guys collaborating with PG&E at this point?
So we are working with PG&E. We're waiting for their public information officer to arrive, which he or she has not arrived yet. But we're in communication with PG&E.
Is this a mandatory evacuation? When do you think people might be able to go back?
For the evacuation right now, yes, it was mandatory depending on how close you were to the structures, and I do believe they'll be able to get back soon after PG&E assesses the situation.
How many houses have been evacuated?
How many people, how many residents?
I'm not sure how many were impacted on the total.
How many residents?
Do you remember or do you know how many were evacuated for mandatory?
I don't have the number of evacuations, but as you can see with this tape, that's about how many the block that we've evacuated, right? But I don't have a number for you.
And we are hearing from PG&E that there was a compromised gas line from one of the third-party companies. Does it appear that the fire originated kind of outside of the house, or was it something that was related to something inside the property?
Jana, that's all a part of the investigation. Those are the types of questions that we can't answer right now. The investigation is continuing. That's a PG&E question. We think that PG&E is about an hour, maybe 30 minutes out. Her name is Tamara. I can't think of her last name, but she's on her way. Those of you who don't have the phone number for PG&E, it's 415-937-5930. That's where you can get your immediate information now. PG&E will be here. We'll have another briefing coming up. I don't know the time, but this is all the information we have right now. Thank you.
Sheriff, no firefighters injured?
All right, that is another update from the Alameda County Fire Department and the Sheriff's Office. Just a tiny bit of new information that we can tell you. They told us now a total of 2 properties were affected. There were 3 buildings on those properties. 2 out of those 3 buildings seemed like that they were homes. A third one seemed like it was some sort of back home or workshop, workstation area, and there's a fire that is still actively burning in that part of the area. So the firefighters right now, they are still working on getting rid of the flames, still dousing water onto where the explosion happened. They say the fire is still burning in that part of the area, and you can see fire crews very much still there at this point. They've evacuated pretty much the entire block. They still let us know that about 6 people went to the hospital. They do not know the extent of their injuries. They say at least 2 of those victims might have been workers who were working in that workshop. The others likely might have been people who lived in the area. The Sheriff's Office there supporting the fire department, helping with those evacuations. They're providing drones as well to give an overhead look as the fire department continues its investigation into exactly what happened here.
All right, we continue to follow the latest of this massive explosion that happened in Hayward and Alameda County, right off of 238 and Lewelling Blvd. This has caused a massive disruption in the neighborhood, but we have seen in the last hour or so, hour and a half since we've been on the air, the white smoke that we saw billowing from the actual explosion site has lit up, has moved out, and there was much more smoke even hovering over the street for a short time, and that also has seemed to move out of the area at this point. This is a video that you're looking at of the fire that started after the explosion itself. You could see a PG&E crew on the scene, as we mentioned throughout our coverage here, that PG&E came to the scene to assist a third-party crew working here to cap a gas line that was that needed to be capped, and that gas line 10 minutes after they capped it caused an explosion, and the roof of this home and several other properties, 3 other properties in the area were heavily damaged. We did hear from witnesses or neighbors who say they saw people who were being pulled from the wreckage of this home that exploded on the scene. Janet Katsuyama on the ground there talking to folks, trying to get the latest information from people in this community about what is happening here. Jana?
Yes, you know, this is something where we asked the assistant fire chief how long this might be evacuated. There is a mandatory evacuation here, and we have been speaking to people who felt the impact, who saw the fire and the explosion from different cameras. I'm going to ask if we can cue up some of the sound that we had, the comments from Deborah, who lives next door, as well as people who live across the street, the Maldonados, who shared doorbell camera video that they got. Why don't we start there with that? Because they said that they could hear the explosion, and when they came outside, they were able to see the fire. And then when they went back to their doorbell camera, they saw the actual explosion of this house. And they said the house shook. They could feel the impact. If you take a look at the video, you can see just the extent of the energy that came out of this explosion. We talked to both Christian and Brittany Maldonado, who live across the street, and here's what they had to say.
We were inside the home just having a family conversation, just business as normal basically, and suddenly we heard a loud bang and it shook the whole house. I wasn't sure what it was, maybe an earthquake, something simple, but it was way too abrupt to be an earthquake, and that's when we ran outside and we saw this explosion, the fire. It was just, I'm not trying to describe it, it was just scary, just a big explosion, and I was just kind of traumatized to work for my neighbors. My neighbor's okay. What's going on?
And we understand from another neighbor that there was a mother and a child who came out, was taken, transported, one of those 6 people transported to the hospital, as well as another man who is being worked on in front of the Maldonado's house. Now, we also spoke with a woman, Deborah, who lives next door to the house. She said she could feel the impact. Here's what she told us shortly after that explosion.
Well, I was in bed, and next thing I know, you hear an explosion, and the roof fell in on me, the inner roof with everything. And so I was calling my husband. I thought maybe it was an earthquake, and it took him a while to get to me, which isn't like him. He was in the kitchen. He saw the gas go down on the gas line, and within a minute, the explosion hit. Every window in my house is blown open, cracks in the ceilings. It's destroyed.
my gosh, and you got out safely?
We got out safely.
And back out here live, we have been here since shortly after that explosion. And if you were just joining us a short while ago, the Assistant Chief Ryan Nishimoto just gave us an update saying that there were 3 buildings that they found on 2 properties that have been damaged. 2 of them, they believe, are residential structures. There's also an outbuilding, he said, that looks like a warehouse storage area. That is where there is still some remnants of fire that they are trying to get put out. We also heard that PG&E is expecting to have a public information officer out here in about an hour. And we heard earlier from them that there was confirmation that a third-party crew was out here in the morning, ended up hitting a gas line. They still have not said whether that was the cause of this fire. That is something which we are hoping to get from PG&E in about an hour. But certainly there's a lot of concern about those 6 people taken to the hospital. There's also a lot of relief from some of the people around that there weren't more injuries, because you can see from the video just what an immense, massive explosion this was, and certainly something which right now they're trying to get to the bottom of as to what caused it.
Jana Katsuyama, Jana, we thank you so much for that update from the scene there. You've been talking to neighbors, and we're trying to get as much information as we can to the residents who live in this area, because that mandatory evacuation remains underway at this point. There is no number, as you might have heard during the press conference when we spoke to the fire department and Alameda County Sheriff's Office. They did not have a number on how many people are under this mandatory evacuation order right now, but they do have that area roped off. Many people will not be able to return home for the time being, and of course, that will not happen until PG&E gets on the scene and has a full assessment of exactly what is happening here and whether there's any danger to the public. In this live video on the ground there, you see people just waiting around in this area. This is a well-traveled area, and what was happening here was an improvement project on the East Lewelling Blvd. It was undergoing some upgrades, including widening the roadway for travel, pedestrian walkways. Yes, was being upgraded with trees at the time, and this had been going on for at least a couple of years now. Let's turn things over to Devin Truby. She is here because she's been tracking how the weather is impacting the issues happening here in Hayward. Devin.
Yeah, absolutely, Andre. I'd like to start with the street view first of satellite and radar, which shows that this explosion actually not big enough to be picked up on satellite and radar that we run across a time lapse this morning. Now we can go ahead and take a look at the winds. As you can see, we have a southwest flow here. Wind only about 3 to 5 miles per hour. So not a huge concern about the smoke moving out into the neighborhood or maybe impacting visibility along any nearby freeways. We do have a look at the air quality. We started off with moderate air quality today. So maybe some difficulties for our sensitive groups. That would be older adults, young children, maybe those experiencing asthma. If you take a look at the dots on the screen, that's where we have sensors. Most of the sensors somewhat far away, but the yellow is moderate, green is okay. We haven't seen any large changes to the air quality. I wouldn't expect the air quality to deteriorate too much as we go on today. We do know about the natural gas, that's majority methane, which runs underneath the home. So the concern would be CO2, methane, benzene, some nitrogen oxides if we're talking about chemicals being in the area. But because it's such an open area, light wind, it should be okay. And now, however, if you do part of one of the sensitive groups, or if you're feeling shortness of breath, anything like that, a mask is always advised. You can do an N95 because the particulate matter can be very small with the debris, with the gas, the fibers. And if you are experiencing that shortness of breath, lightness, I would feel free to reach out to the medical staff that is there to support you and on scene. James, Andre.
Devin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We want to bring Mark Doorbell back in here. He's been watching the developments out there, and we like to talk to Mark because he understands when you have a massive emergency situation like this with a lot of evacuations. He understands what goes into this, former FEMA coordinator. Mark, you've been listening to what was happening here and the update from the fire department, letting us know, where things stand right now. They're still waiting on the PG&E spokesperson to come to the scene. So really the investigation can't move forward. I mean, how does this part of it work?
Well, what they're going to do is they want to make sure everything's safe, right? The gas is definitely shut off. They don't have any leaks anywhere else. They don't have problems because of the pressure in the lines are adequate, so they're coordinating with PG&E. You know, the whole incident has taken a step back in terms of urgency. It's not as urgent as it was, but they're also very precautious here. They don't want something else to transpire. They want to make sure they can continue to have traffic flow in that area because of the economic impacts when you have tremendous traffic delays. We also, you know, when you take a look at this, there is impact to not only the businesses in the area, but certainly some homes. They're going to continue to search all of that area, probably using thermal imaging cameras to make sure, it's called a secondary search, that there are no other people, you know, that are somewhere buried underneath that rubble. At some point, once they've completed the secondary search, they'll start to try and bring up the debris, search down a little bit further, but they're going to take their time. They're going to cordon off that area, and you can bet it's going to be a long, exhaustive investigation as to what transpired, Andre.
Mark, let's talk about these evacuations. The entire block has been evacuated. They couldn't tell us exactly how many people that is or how many homes that accounts for, but we know it's the entire block, which we imagine is a lot of people. Devin has talked about the air quality and the toxins that are in the air. This fire is far from out. The scene is far from being cleared. What will it take for some of these people who live nearby to be able to get back to their homes?
Well, they're doing it, you know, to your point, James, as a precaution more than anything. They want to make sure that nobody else gets hurt, that nothing else goes awry. So that's the number one priority. They are going to try and make sure not only the gas is shut off, but the electrical lines, both transmission and primary lines that are in the area are shut down. They don't want to have a problem if the lines were damaged from the smoke or the flames. So that's a concern that they have. Secondarily to that is they're going to go very slow in getting people back into their homes or businesses because for the most part, it depends upon where the valves are, but a large area of those buildings will not have, you know, natural gas. They won't have electricity. So to be able to operate out of your home or your business, that's going to probably take days before you can actually get back in and start functioning again. You may be able to get back into the place and get some clothes and things like that, but if you're in an evacuated area and that's your home, you'd anticipate that more than likely you'll be out of that home for probably 24, 48 hours.
Mark, we just showed in a live picture just a moment ago, we saw a electrical worker. We see it here in this bucket truck. He was just on the lines, and we did hear from a woman who lives in the area who said she saw wires were sparking after this explosion. I wonder if there's any significance to the lines. And you just mentioned that they have to shut off the electricity in this area. Does it pose a danger when you have a gas leak that these lines are still running, even if it's not directly over the site where it happened?
Yeah, certainly, Andre. That is a concern, and they're going to shut down electricity in a large area, not just the immediate area where the fire was. They want to make sure they grid off that area so that there's no other problems. They're going to want to take a look at, they know that they've had a leak in the pipe by all indications, but they also want to check, did the damage from the leak also cause additional damage to other infrastructure, whether it's water pipes or, in fact, electrical lines or gas lines secondary to the explosion. So they're going to be doing some more investigation to determine how to restore that service, what it's going to take to do that. Andre?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at the PG&E power outage map right now. It seems like they have it pretty narrowed down to where this is all going down because only about 50 customers, I should say, are without power at this moment. So it looks like PG&E probably already went ahead and did the shutoff that it needs to do. That might have already been in place for hours now. But you can see the crews that are still on the scene here. It's going to be this way. It's going to look this way for quite a long time. Mark, is there anything else that you've gathered just from seeing the video and hearing these updates from the fire department that have really been sticking out to you?
Most importantly, I think, are the people. I'd want to, just from a human interest standpoint, find out how they're doing, what their injuries are, where they were transported to, make sure their families are updated and understand what's going on, been notified so they can get to the hospital. That would be primary. And if they can, I'm sure in successive media interviews, they're going to touch on that.
All right, Mark, if you want to hang tight with us, I want to just play a little bit more of the sound from the press conference a little bit earlier when the fire department and Alameda County Sheriff's Office gave an update on the work underway out there right now. Let's take a listen to that.
At 9:38 this morning, we were dispatched to the report of an explosion and a house on fire. Our first-in crews did confirm that we had a house on fire and activated a first alarm and a second alarm assignment. Seeing multiple buildings involved, we moved it up to a third alarm fire, which includes about 75 firefighters or personnel assisting on scene right now. We also have mutual aid from other departments in the county helping to backfill our stations that are vacated while our crews are here. What we found right now is that it looks like 2 properties have been affected. There's about 3 buildings on those 2 properties that are significantly damaged. And then there's a property also adjacent to the 2 properties that suffered some minor to major damage onto the side that faces where the explosion or the fire occurred. We had 6 victims in this incident. All 6 were transported to hospitals, unknown of their status or their injuries. Right now, we're going to try and get the fire knocked down, the remaining remnants of it, and we're going to go in and do another search to make sure we're not missing anyone or seeing anything that hasn't been seen already.
So that's the latest update coming in just about 20 minutes ago from the fire department, the Alameda County Fire Department, and that was the deputy fire chief, Ryan Nishimoto. Just to recap here, what happened, if you're just joining us here, this started around 7:35 this morning. Construction's been going on along this section of Lewelling Blvd in Hayward, right off of 238 for some time now. There's been an improvement project that's been underway there. Crews are out there working on it this morning at about 7:35. PG&E reports that a third-party non-PG&E crew damaged an underground gas line while digging on Lewelling Blvd in Hayward.
No matter how many times you see that video,
it's still incredible. I mean, the large chunks of the roof that blew up, just incredible there. PG&E dispatched to the scene on the site. They isolated the damaged line. They stopped the flow. Due to the damage, the gas facilities by the contractor, gas was being released at multiple locations, and the flow of gas was stopped at 9:25. But about 10-12 minutes later, the explosion happened, and the subsequent fire that happened right after this, causing big problems. And that area, that entire neighborhood there, is blocked off right now because 75 fire teams or fire department crew members are on the scene right now, sifting through the debris and stomping out what's left of the flames that happened here.
When it comes to the buildings, I think 2 of those buildings that were affected, you heard from the deputy chief himself there that about 3 buildings were hurt. 2 of those buildings might have been homes, might have been houses where people actually live. And we've heard from a number of neighbors who said they think a mother and a daughter might have been taken to the hospital as a result of some of these injuries in this explosion. We haven't heard that from the fire department yet, who's been giving us these updates. We know 6 people are in the hospital. They've not given us any word on their condition or who they are. We know at least 2 of them might be workers. The others might be people who live in the area, but that's all information that we haven't confirmed just yet here. But nonetheless, an incredibly terrifying situation. At the time of the explosion, you see what looks like PG&E crews working on the lawn of that house. You see one guy who's very close to the explosion runs away from the lawn, and as chunks of this roof are falling on top of him. There's another man who's behind the truck that you see that's just in front of the lawn closest to the camera here. He reacts, steps back, tries to get cover. You see him protecting his head as well, but there's it looks like a gentleman even closer to the explosion who's running away. Again, incredibly scary scenario.
All right, so we are waiting for the next update that's going to be coming down from firefighters, the fire department, and first responders as well. Mark Nouveau, he is on the phone with us, former FEMA coordinator who's been watching and tracking all of the things along with us today. Mark, and before I get to Mark, I just want to show, if we have that traffic camera that's in the area, this is off of 238. I just want folks to see and understand what's happening here. This is on East Lewelling on-ramp, so the fire is happening in that neighborhood to the left of your screen, right on the other side of that border wall, and you could see the traffic. There's a Caltrans truck on the lower left-hand corner of your screen. That area is blocked off right now. People are not allowed to exit at this intersection. My understanding is that this is the only exit that's affected right now. The on-ramp is just outside of the camera's view on the left-hand side, so you normally can get back on the road and back on 238 heading eastward towards Interstate 580 here. But as you can see, you're going to want to avoid this area because traffic heading towards Interstate 580 is severely affected right now, and you can see the live traffic map that's on the left-hand side of your screen, and traffic is slow moving in both directions on 238 right now.
And the southbound side of 880 also very backed up at this point here. I'm not sure if that's entirely because people are trying to find that alternate route, or if they also know that that's just a direction they need to avoid or should try to avoid because of this explosion. We know that one exit is really the one that's the most impacted, so if that is part of your commute, that's something you need to know before you head out for this lunch hour. But we know 880 has a pretty big backup. You're seeing live right now 238 moving along very slow. Of course, we'll keep an eye on that, bring you updates as we get them.
All right, so right now we understand that this is video from earlier, by the way, if you're looking at this, but this shows the intensity. This was taken, I think, about 30 minutes after the fire started, and this was in the intense battle to stomp out the flames here. There were about 3 fire trucks that were dumping water on the flames. Most of the white smoke you see here is now moved out of the area, but we did hear about 25 minutes ago that firefighters were in the back of the property there, the main property where the explosion happened, putting out some smaller fires in this area. But even when you look at this video that was taken earlier, even the black smoke is when you know the fire is still raging. But even when we saw this white smoke in the middle of all of that, in some of the debris, there were flames in the middle of all of this when the camera zoomed in. That's how intense this was. A lot of the debris, there were cars surrounding this residential property here, and parts of the roof, bits of the building landed all over the cars, and we still don't know the extent of the damage to maybe even the properties neighboring all of this, because we did hear one woman who lives a few doors down from here saying the explosion was so intense that it blew out the windows to her home.
And it knocked her husband to the ground.
And it knocked her husband to the ground. And then we had the resident who shared their Nest video camera, who lives directly across the street from where this explosion happened. And they said debris from that house, in this video you see right here, debris from the explosion scattered onto their property. And you could see, you know, the intensity of the blast and all of the debris that was thrown into the air. About 3 minutes after this is when the fire actually erupted here. As we take a look at this video, it is just incredible to see here and watch those people run away after seeing that explosion happen.
Yeah, the reaction we're hearing from people, they thought it was an earthquake. One woman said that she thought a bomb went off. They were immediately concerned about the people who not only live and work near that home, but some of the neighbors too. We talked to someone who was just next door saying that, you mentioned it, Andre, all the windows were shattered, and all of those people are still not yet able to get into their homes. Probably not going to be able to do that by the end of tonight either. So it's likely going to be a 48-hour period until this area is really safe enough for these people to get back in. And we're not just talking about because of the threat of fire and some of the smoke still in the area. We're talking about some of the toxins that have been released as well. Natural gas, of course, that's been released into this part of the neighborhood too. Keep in mind, there's still active fire on the scene. 3 hours after this explosion happened, and for 3 hours that these firefighters have been here, they are still putting out not just hot spots, but actual flames that still remain on this property after this major explosion that we've been seeing in this video over and over again. So many neighbors are wondering, are their neighbors okay? 6 people now in the hospital, everyone now hoping for the best.
Yeah, and I just want to give an update here. When something like this happens, our entire team works, you know, in their various capacities to understand how this is affecting the neighborhood. Roberta Gonzalez also, she's been watching this, our meteorologist here, and she says from a weather standpoint, the winds this morning are light. They're helping disperse the smoke from the fire, not seeing significant air quality impacts at this time, and the plume is lifting rather than settling near the surface, and we have seen that as about an hour ago, we did see that entire block where this happened. There was still that smoke just hovering over the area. Granted that a lot of the fire is out. It's not as intense as we see here from this video as it was a short time ago. So some of that fire is lifting and drifting away. Also, winds, in addition to the winds being light, no strong gusts, no rapid shifts expected in the next few hours. And this means no threat of smoke suddenly blowing into neighborhoods, no wind-driven fire spread. widespread, no visibility concerns on nearby freeways beyond normal haze that we're having here. And we did see that live picture from 238 just a moment ago at Lewelling. We didn't see any heavy smoke covering the highway. That is certainly some good news because traffic is already bad enough, as you look live here, bad enough as it is already. So you don't need that smoke causing any more traffic issues because so many people are affected by this that are traveling in that area.
Can we talk about the people who live in the area too? Because, you know, obviously the first reaction when an explosion happens outside your house, there's probably a little panic, there's a little fear, there's a little worry. We've heard a lot of frustration too. A lot of people who talked about this construction project outside their door. And it's not just because of the noise. They say that this is a project that they have disapproved of for months. And I think even one woman went as far to say that she isn't surprised that this happened.
Yeah.
She said that her husband, she was talking to her husband in the house, he saw, he was noticing something in the construction work, and then he actually saw the explosion happen with his eyes, and that's the same husband who said he got knocked down from the force of that explosion.
Just as someone who's been in this neighborhood multiple times or so, a friend of mine lives about a block off of Llewellyn here, and that construction goes on and on and on. You could hear the drilling, even from a block away, so I can understand the frustration if you live there. And this construction was going up right in front of these people's homes. So it was, right outside your front door. You could hear the drilling, the moving, the earth movers moving around, breaking up concrete.
At 7 o'clock in the morning.
Pipes at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is when one woman said she started hearing this. So you can understand their frustration, what was going through their minds. And they were already frustrated, they say, because they thought that this work was being done without communicating the impact on the community, how it would affect their lives. And so we have heard a lot of that frustration this morning as we were out there speaking to the residents who live in this area and that are affected by what's happening here. And this is one of the pictures here. This is where part of the construction was going on. You could see the barriers that are up, and it was coming up right on the sidewalks. Some people were getting frustrated about that. But what this was an improvement project that stretched right here from Llewellyn, right by the 238 exit, and it was going all the way down to another section that's not affected, but a little further down. But they were improving, building out so more cars could be accommodated on the street, and it would be more bike friendly and pedestrian friendly as well. And that's the work that's been going on here for, some people say, 2 years, but it's been affecting them. And I think this explosion has ignited something in them, to speak up and express their frustration with us about just how this project was going about being undertaken and the effects on their lives as well.
It sounds like they've documented it too. There was one who talked about some sort of petition or even as far as a lawsuit to, I don't know if that was to actually stop the construction from going on, but at least giving them an opportunity to voice their concerns and their disdain for that entire project. Some saying that it was taking some of their property away. Some, of course, just complaining about the overall noise and how early it started as well. But it's crazy to think, the way that some of these people described it, it was started as a mundane day. It's just another day that you're hearing this construction noise. You're thinking, oh, there it goes again. It's 7 a.m. right on the dot. That's how my day is starting, and that's how it has started for the last few months. Then they feel something, that they most often are attributing to an earthquake, thinking that with some of the seismic activity that we've seen in the last month, it's one of these other small earthquakes that's hitting the East Bay, only to find out once they head outside that there's a large plume of smoke, fires starting to develop, and now multiple buildings, several buildings on different properties are either destroyed or heavily damaged. And now they're all, of course, worried about the people who live there, who work there, concerns for their neighbors, too. The reactions from these people, again, I think is so telling, because you always imagine the fear, the panic, and we definitely heard that in the voices of some of the witnesses we've talked to and heard from. But the level of anger and disappointment that you hear from, too, is definitely telling of what the situation looks like in this neighborhood.
Yeah, and I'm hoping we have that queued up right now, because I want to start with a woman named Deborah who lives in the area, who we spoke to earlier this morning, who heard the explosion and said, there are shattered windows in her house. Hopefully we have that, and I want to let you hear what she said earlier today.
Well, I was in bed, and next thing I know, you hear an explosion, and the roof fell in on me, the inner roof with everything. And so I was calling my husband. I thought maybe it was an earthquake, and it took him a while to get to me, which isn't like him. He was in the kitchen. He saw the gas go down on the gas line, and within a minute, the explosion hit. Every window in my house is blown open, cracks in the ceilings. It's destroyed.
And you got out safely?
We got out safely.
Well, that is the good news for that family there, but we are waiting to hear word on 6 people who we know were rushed to hospitals. At least 2 perhaps were workers. The others, that woman Deborah told us, she believed that there was at least a mother and daughter in the house where the explosion happened, and she believes she saw some people being pulled from that home and being taken to local hospitals. Last check, when we had Chopper up over the scene a short time ago, we did see ambulance crews that remained on the scene with their stretchers out. No one on the stretchers, but at the ready in case, you know, someone needed to be transported to the hospital in addition to the 6 people that are already there right now being treated. Their conditions at this point remain unknown. We don't know the severity, but looking at the explosion, the video of the explosion, I'm curious to know, you know, what condition those people are in right now.
Yeah, you would
because
expect
I'm really concerned.
Smoke inhalation.
Yeah, I'm like really concerned about like the impact it's it's
possibly cuts and bruises from shingles of the roof and chunks of the roof landing on you. I mean, I can't keep my eye off the guy who was on the front lawn of that house,
and he's running,
who runs away, and it seemingly looks like he's able to avoid a lot of these chunks that are coming down on him. But at some point, you know, he's got the helmet on, but he still bows his head down to kind of just protect his head and his neck. I mean, great thing that instincts can kick in. You know, there was one woman who provided actually this video that you're seeing right now. Her name is Brittany. She called the situation terrifying, as you can absolutely imagine. She thought that someone immediately was killed. That information has not been told to us yet. We do not know the conditions of the 6 people who have gone to the hospital, but the fire department has not told us anything about casualties at this moment. She said that it felt like a bomb had went off. She immediately saw the smoke, and something that I think would absolutely stick in your mind if you were to experience this. She saw the wires sparking. She saw sparks from the house too, and then she saw a man get pulled onto a stretcher with his clothes burned and holes in the clothes, as if, you know, the explosion burned through those clothes, taken to a stretcher and taken by ambulance. We know a total of 6 people taken by ambulance, sent to the hospital. We heard the rumors and the conversations about a mother and daughter duo who are part of those victims. We've not heard anything more about who these people are, how they may be related to each other, whether they even lived in that house or in the area as well.
Still early.
Still early. And the fire department did a really good job of keeping us updated with what they can tell us right now. I mean, keep in mind, they get the call, they show up, and they get to work right away. So a lot of the questions that we have, they probably don't have an answer to just yet. So in order to be able to give us the information, like how many people have been taken to the hospital and the situation they're dealing with right now, that's a lot for them to do. And of course, we appreciate the hard work of the fire department and what they're doing right now, and the availability that they're able to give us when we are asking some of these questions. Of course, we have plenty of them. I mean, we're trying to get these answers as quickly to you as possible and as accurately as possible. But, you know, we, of course, are at the mercy of their investigation and the precautions they need to take to keep everyone else in that area safe.
All right, and what we're waiting on now is an update from PG&E. Many people curious. It looks like there's a wire sparking in this video. I'm not really sure what's happening.
Is this a live picture?
Yeah, this is a live picture here on the scene. And it looks like some PG&E crews are on scene, and there was some sparking in that wire.
It's like that wire is burned off.
Yeah,
like it's cut off.
I don't know what they were doing just a moment ago. I'm not familiar with what they were trying to do. You know,
well, that's exactly what I'm referencing. You know, these are the precautions they're taking. And I imagine, even if you don't live 2 houses away from this explosion, if you're down 5 doors away, you're probably still evacuated, because this is such a quick, dangerously changing situation. Firefighters, when they walk up to these scenes, they don't entirely know what all the dangers are. So they do have to take precautions like these evacuations and getting at least 75 personnel on the scene here, because they want to make sure not only is the zone that they're working in safe for the first responders, but all that outside area is safe for everyone else too.
Just want to give you an update on what we're waiting on right now. The one group that we are waiting to hear from is PG&E. PG&E. They were expected to arrive on the scene at any moment now. We were hoping to bring that to you. In addition, we heard from Alameda County Fire Department. We heard from the Sheriff's Department as well, but we are waiting to hear from PG&E beyond the statement that they send us about how this explosion happened or when it happened earlier this morning. We can see what you're looking there. Many PG&E crews on the scene, 75 firefighters on the scene. So, and then you have this crush of PG&E workers that are there checking power lines right now to see if the situation is safe. Our understanding was that PG&E had cut power to several residents in this area, and several homes are evacuated. We didn't have an exact number, but around 50 PG&E customers did not have power in this particular area right now.
Yeah, that seems to still be the case here. I'm looking at the outage map right now.
Yeah, all right. So, and then the crews are on the scene. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what they're doing, because we've reached out to them and we're waiting for the spokesperson. As you heard, Cheryl heard the spokesperson for the Alameda County Fire Department say a moment ago that, or at least a half hour ago, 37 minutes ago now, that they were hoping someone from PG&E would arrive on scene, and we're hoping to get an update from them, because we do have to understand from PG&E what the work is that they're doing right now, and if there's any danger to the community, because without them weighing in on what's happening here, residents are going to be wondering exactly what's going on and whether they can return to their homes, or when they can return to their homes, or exactly what is going to be happening in their neighborhood right now.
And we know traffic is tough, so to dispatch one of those officers to come out here, I mean, that's not a quick breeze. We've been showing you the live traffic cameras all afternoon, all morning and afternoon here, and to get out there is probably extremely difficult. So that's probably what the big delay is, to hear from PG&E. Andre, let's talk about the timeline of how this all happened to you. All starting at 7:30 this morning, PG&E tells us that they were notified that a third-party non-PG&E construction crew, some sort of contractors, they damaged an underground gas line while digging along that road there. PG&E said that they immediately dispatched a crew to the scene, and then it was about 2 hours later, around 9:25 this morning, that they were actually able to shut off that gas line. And it was shortly after that we see the explosion.
All right, I think we have some reaction now. The man that lived in the house that has this camera mounted and is showing this incredible video of what happened here, we spoke to him a little earlier. His name is Maldonado, and he describes what happened when he heard the shock of this explosion and looked out of his house and walked out. Let's listen to what he had to say earlier today.
We were inside the home just having a family conversation, just business as normal basically, and suddenly we heard a loud bang and it shook the whole house. I wasn't sure what it was, maybe an earthquake, something simple, but it was way too abrupt to be an earthquake, and that's when we ran outside and we saw this explosion, the fire. It was just, I'm not sure how to describe it, was just scary, just a big explosion, and I was just kind of traumatized, worried for my neighbors, my neighbor's okay, what's going on.
All right, that was Maldonado there, the man who lives in the house that captured that incredible video there. As we've been saying to you throughout our coverage here, extended coverage that started just before 10:30 this morning, I see. The reason I'm stopping is because I see a structure there rolling around. I'm trying to see if there's anyone actually on it, or if they're just maybe following the crew around just in case something happens. But we're keeping an eye. We're watching it live with you right now, just to make sure to see what is happening. But that stretcher was brought in around the PG&E crew, so I want to kind of pay attention to what's happening there, because we did see those sparks from that wire a moment ago, just about a few minutes ago, and now I see them pulling a stretcher in. So
we're learning so much, not just from asking the questions to the firefighters and the sheriff's office deputies who are out on the scene here, but we're learning so much by just watching, and seeing exactly what's going on. A line of what looks like firefighters working to do the next part of their cleanup and their investigation. But as you mentioned, we've seen a number of stretchers there. They've told us that they've taken people to the hospital, but we've also seen people get loaded up to these stretchers, taken into the ambulances, and taken away to get some help.
All right, we want to get out to Crystal Bailey. She is on the scene now. She has been working to gather the latest information to share with you. Crystal, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I will say I just arrived here on scene. Our coworker, Jana Katsuyama, has been here most of the morning. And, you know, this is just, the scene is really big. Multiple blocks are filled with firefighters as folks are really trying to clean up the scene and get a hold of folks that they think might, you know, be impacted here. Some neighbors tell me that they have just been allowed inside of their homes to retrieve items that are valuable and important to them. So I did speak with a young man, or a gentleman named Ven, who walked inside just recently to get his cell phone, to get his medications, and he tells me that his wife Deborah was laying in bed when this all happened, and the roof caved in over the bed. Thankfully, she was not injured, but he describes firefighters yelling, "Is anyone inside the home? Is anyone inside the home? Get out now, get out now." Now, he's a direct neighbor of the home that did explode, but he tells me that he knows 3 people who were injured, that he's been neighbors with them for more than 20 years. He's lived here for over 30, and he's devastated to find out that his home is destroyed. He says that much of the home is very damaged, and it's right before the holidays, and he's here telling me he doesn't know where he's going to live. He's currently going to move into his sister-in-law's home for now, but the devastation on his face as he described the walls caved in and his home, the explosion as it happened, and running for his wife and trying to find her as they ran out of the home was really heartbreaking to hear in this time.
Crystal, I wanted to ask you this. So this man was allowed to return to his home. Was his home located within the evacuation zone? And how long did they give him to go into his house and grab his essentials?
I assume that his house was in the evacuation zone. Like I said, I just got here, so I didn't get a chance to really gather a whole lot of information about where the evacuation zone, how far it went out. But he did tell me that he got inside. He and his wife were able to get their cell phones. They were able to get their medication because they rely on this medication on a daily basis. They were in there for probably a few minutes, and they could kind of survey the damage of their home. So I presume that they were allowed in by officials to go and get their belongings.
I think I heard you say that they lived next door to the explosion. I don't know if you're able to tell from your vantage point, but about how far are you from where that explosion happened?
I think I'm probably between 4 and 5 houses away. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to walk the whole scene as I just arrived, but they have us blocked off here on this block, which I think is about, from what I can tell, about 3 or 4 houses down from where the explosion happened. And they said they're next door neighbors. They said they had 3 people that they know very closely, that they've been, in community with as neighbors for more than 20 years, that they know were injured. And so, he was pretty shaken up.
Crystal, you, as you said, arrived on the scene a moment ago, and I'm wondering, and as I just want to remind viewers, we have our chopper back up over the scene, and we saw some firefighters on the roof of that building, or what's left of this building, looking out for hotspots here. Crystal, I wonder what the traffic was like, because we do have traffic delays in the area, and that closed exit at 238 and Lewelling. What was it like getting over to the scene?
We took 80, and there was no issues for us coming down. We didn't get a chance to survey the closed freeway, and they did close this block here all the way. Lewelling is fully, I would say the whole block, or multiple blocks of Lewelling are closed. I think if you're a neighbor or you're media, you're of course welcome to come out here, and they are allowing folks who own property around here to be here. I did also get off the phone just recently with somebody who says she owns one of the properties that was damaged, and she is currently inside the home and looking around. So there is some movement here in terms of getting the fire out and getting folks inside to allow them to get things that they need.
Crystal Bailey, live at the scene there. Thank you for bringing that report to us. We also heard from, we mentioned the number of neighbors who were so frustrated by this project. There was one woman that we spoke to earlier this afternoon. Her name is Kathy. She talked a little bit about some of the frustrations they face when it comes to this project and what they are looking to do and what they've been hoping to achieve in fighting this project. Let's see what she had to say.
Well, I got phone calls from like 4 different people saying that my house blew up and it was on fire, and I'm all like, what? And so I came over here. I parked around the corner.
And have you seen any damage to your house or any?
I haven't even been over there, so I don't know if there was damage or if there's any damage to it. I know that my neighbors, they're house just shook and parts of the roof fell in, so I don't know what happened to my house.
And as a resident in this neighborhood and somebody who's been a long time kind of looking at the area, what is it that you want the government to do? What do you want? What answers or what questions do you have as a result of all of this?
I would like them to follow policy and procedures, number one, when they do road work, because they're supposed to have community meetings with us and ask us what we want done, because they said that they did do that, which is not true.
All right, so you heard the frustration with residents who live in this area talking about the construction work that was happening when this explosion really rippled through this entire neighborhood, damaging at least 3 properties in this area along the 800 block of Lewelling. I think it was around 868 Lewelling that this explosion happened when it took place around 9:35, 9:38 this morning is roughly the time that this happened. And we're looking at these live pictures from Skyfox. And just the damage caused by the explosion, and the video that we showed you earlier, this is a result of it right here. I mean, there is debris thrown everywhere, and that's just in the central area where this explosion happened, not counting, you know, neighbors who live, you know, a few houses down where this might have been affected, because we did hear from a woman earlier who said, you know, her property was damaged by the explosion. She lives a couple of houses away from where this happened, but you can barely make out that there was even a home here. You just see this big, massive, burnt-out pile of rubble on the scene. We understand that PG&E has arrived on the scene. We're waiting on an update from them because they can provide a little bit more information about what residents can expect in the hours and days to come here. This did happen in a gas pipeline, so they are going to be heavily part of the investigation into exactly what happened here and what will happen next.
Let's keep this live picture here, because this is really the first time that we're able to see it as clear as it is now. The smoke is practically gone at this point. I think you still see a water hose going. We know the fire department said that there was a property or a building, a small little building in the backside of the property that still had active flames to it. But take a look at that, because you can very much make out and see where the homes were supposed to be, kind of what this part of the neighborhood should have looked like. And you can see just how much of a range that explosion had. I mean, I can almost see, make out the center of it, and then just how much of it actually blew out there. And you can see the properties behind it where the water is still spewing and trying to put out some of the hot spots. That back property is still somewhat intact, but you can see walls that have blown over. It looks like you see what I'm seeing here, Andre, right? What looks like just a giant hole kind of in the middle of that property. And people have described it as an earthquake. They thought it was a bomb that had gone off. It very well felt like it to them. So it's such an incredibly stunning image to look at here. Of course, eye-opening when you actually see the video of the explosion itself, but seeing the aftermath too, it really takes you back. Yeah, there's a mandatory evacuation order that remains in effect in the area. Mark Nouveau, former FEMA coordinator, joins us live again. And Mark, we just heard that report from Crystal Bailey a short time ago. She said that at least one resident lives next to where this explosion happened was allowed to go back into their home to retrieve some basics. In your experience in covering these disasters, when is a time that someone can, you know, because you run out of your house, you forget your medication, your phone is a necessity these days to do just about anything. In your estimation on something like this, you know, is that a safe time where we're at right now to get some people to get into their housing, even just temporarily, to retrieve some essential items?
Yeah, exactly, Andre. That's what they're doing. It's settled down enough and it's safe enough. The gas leak's capped. They've been able to extinguish that fire. Now, keep in mind, when we're talking about a gas line explosion and rupture like that, you know, they initially had sent one engine for a gas leak. En route, they found out they've got an explosion and fire. They've upped it to 3 or 4 alarms. They arrive on scene. They've got 6 people injured in the front yard. They've got flames, you know, throughout the house. In the adjacent homes, they've got debris, you know, in the roadway. It's just kind of chaos when you arrive. And they did a good job of getting in there, getting those people treated and being able to keep the fire contained to pretty much the building and buildings of origin. So that was wonderful. In terms of getting people into their houses, they're going to do that ASAP so they can get exactly what you said, their phone, change of clothes, any medications, important papers, whatever they need to be able to find a place to stay for a period of time. I'm sure Alameda County Fire Department's got a request for Red Cross to come out and help some of those folks, to give them temporary living facilities. And they're going to allow them to get in. They're going to use gas detectors before they send anybody in there in terms of the people, the residents, and make sure it's clear. And they're going to get them in there, get the stuff that they need, and get them out as soon as they can. Now, as far as them getting back into their homes for permanent living, that's going to be a few days, no question.
Mark, can we talk about what actually led to the explosion here? You mentioned this a little bit earlier in the morning when we first started our coverage just before 11 o'clock. But for anyone who might have joined us after the fact here, you'd mentioned what some of the elements that could have been in place to lead to this kind of explosion. Can you go over that again one more time for us?
Sure. It looks like what happened was long-term construction project, probably moving one of the gas lines. It looks like it's a major distribution line, not a small residential line. The contractor hit that line on accident. Again, this is just conjecture based upon some experience in what we're seeing. Hits the line, it ruptures that line, puts, some sort of, either breaks it in half, puts a crack in it, something of that nature. And keep in mind that this natural gas is under great pressure. So as that, pipe cracks or breaks in half, a tremendous amount of natural gas is flowing all over that area. And so as they're starting to realize, we got a problem here, let's call for additional help, that gas is dispersing, it looks like, inside that structure.
Mark,
yes.
Go ahead, Mark. Keep going. I'm sorry. My apologies.
That gas then seeks out, either somebody can turn on a light switch or they can turn on the hot water tap that ignites, the water heater, some sort of flame, something that creates combustion, and then it doesn't just burn like a firewood, it explodes. So
something that easy.
Structure.
Even a water heater, huh?
Wow.
Could be. We don't know.
Well, I'm just
natural gas. Sometimes there's too much gas in a confined area and it's too rich. It won't ignite. Conversely, there's too little gas in a confined area and there's not enough to support combustion explosion. So it has to hit a range of how much gas is inside that confined area, which that's what eventually it fills up that area, hits that sweet spot, if you will, and then it explodes. It's like I said, it's like TNT, a bomb going off, and we've heard people describe it in that manner. Lifted the roof off, threw it in the street, the windows exploded out, which, that's a concern from the standpoint of injuries for the people that were working on the front lawn in the street area, is flying debris. So we're hoping they're okay, but that's very dangerous, no question.
We are still waiting to get an update from PG&E. We know that those leaders, those spokespeople are on the scene, likely gathering information. We expect to hear from them at any point now. We have been getting the updates from the Alameda County Fire Department. Mark, I want to talk about, oftentimes officials will look at the aftermath of the damage, and I think often of natural disasters. They look at the damage left behind, and that gives them a lot of clues into what to do next with their investigation. When you see what looks like this large gaping hole in the middle of this property that affected these two separate properties, what are you able to gather from that?
Yeah, to your point, what I see from the video that you guys have, which is incredible video, right? In today's world, with the video that we have in security cameras and on Tesla cars, regular cars, we're starting to pick up a tremendous amount of before accident footage. And in this case, we can actually see this house standing, workers milling around, called for a gas leak, and then all of a sudden it just explodes. It ruptures. So at some point, that gas reached that ignition point and just blew everything to smithereens. And now all that debris is going to land and layer. So what they'll eventually do is they've got it cordoned off to some degree, and you see firefighters putting out hot spots. But remember, you can't put that fire out as long as that gas is actually spewing out of that pipe. So they had to go in there, extinguish the surrounding area while allowing the fire to continue to burn, because you don't want natural gas just flowing, because it ends up in a problem like this. So you want that gas to be burning off while you're taking care of the victims and trying to extinguish and rescue people around. They wouldn't shut or extinguish the gas line until they're able to shut that gas down.
Mark, I don't know if you saw a few minutes ago, there was some PG&E crews were out there and there was a sparking on a line. Were you able to make sense of what that was by any chance?
No, but based on what you were describing, Andre, I think it might have been transmission lines on the power pole there. Okay. And, you know, as you saw from the initial explosion, you saw that power pole, the electrical lines start to wave and in the wind kind of type of thing. And so they were severed, and that line is still hot electrically. Gotcha. So those ends are broken down and arcing.
All right. Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Stand by. We want to send things back to Jana Katsuyama, who's on the ground. They're gathering the latest. She's been there for several hours. Jana?
That's right. I'm here with my photographer, Rob Asher, and we are here. And just in the past half an hour, we've seen a significant change in the scene here. They've pulled up most of the lines, the fire lines along here, and packed them up into the trucks, and some of them have left. We've also seen the arrival of some other crews, and I want to point you up to the top there where you see somebody doing some work on electrical lines. I just spoke to Stephen Murray. He was the one who lived a mile away and felt the explosion. Came over here, rushed here because his aunt lives along this street. We just learned she is in her house here, just some houses down, and has no power. They have shut off the power to this area. So she's in her home but has no power. And we do understand that PG&E has a spokesperson who has arrived here on the scene, and we're expecting an update shortly. We also understand from the fire crews that they are going to be talking with us as well. But just to recap for people who are joining us, two properties that were impacted, one house that we saw on that doorbell camera from across the street that they shared with us, the actual explosion of that house. And then there were two properties, they said, the assistant chief said 3 buildings on those 2 properties were impacted, 2 that appear to be residents and one that was some sort of warehouse in the back of one of the lots. That was where they were concentrating most of their efforts at fire suppression until just a short while ago, when they now have been packing things up. So it looks like there has been some significant progress and development here, but certainly there's a lot of concern about the 6 people who were transported to the hospital. We talked to one next door neighbor who said they saw a woman and her child who were among those, and then the people across the street who said they saw a man who was being worked on who had some significant injuries, and he also was transported among the 6. Also 2 people they believe who were with maybe the construction crew that had been here. PG&E did tell us within the hour that it appears they might have hit a gas line. So that is what's happening here. We're going to send it back to you and then bring you the latest once the PG&E spokesperson comes.
And that is what we're waiting for. That is the update that is to come that will help fill in some of the gaps and answer some of the questions that we have. Jana Katsuyama, thank you so much for your reporting all morning and all afternoon long. We know you'll still stay on the scene and gather more information for us. PG&E is the agency really that we haven't directly heard from. Right. Of course, they gave us a little bit of the timeline of how the explosion happened, how the gas leak started, and what role they played. But we're still waiting to hear kind of what they've been doing since. Yeah,
we understand that the PG&E spokesperson is on the scene, and so we're hoping to hear from them. We'll have extended coverage. It's going to be continuing here in just a moment. I want to point out the PG&E crews, as they're going up the poles, you saw that picture earlier, checking all of those lines, and hopefully we'll get an understanding of what all that means. All right, our coverage will continue over on KTVU.com and Fox Local as well. We're going to return to our regular programming here on KTVU Channel 2. Thank you for joining us. All right, you're watching continuing coverage of the explosion here on Fox Local and KTVU.com of that massive explosion that happened in Hayward. And you could see the scene here on Lewelling. You saw the BART pass by just a moment ago. This is off of 238 and Lewelling, right by Mission Boulevard and Lewelling, not too far from the Jack in the Box, if you know the area, or the exit from 238 onto Lewelling. This is that one neighborhood right there on the street where this explosion happened at 9:38 this morning. A gas leak triggering this explosion in the area. Here is video taken from a home right across the street from where the blast happened. You can hear the blast in the background and see all that rubble shoot into the sky. And just a few minutes after this, you're going to see flames shooting up from the wreckage of this house fire. This started when PG&E said a third-party contract crew was working in this area. They called PG&E to report that they had damaged a gas line, so PG&E PG&E came out to cap that gas line. That happened at about 9:25 or so, but then at about 9:35, 9:37, somewhere in that neighborhood, that's when this explosion happened. And you could see, if you look closely at this video here, there's a PG&E truck on the front lawn of the house where this video was taken. There's a person standing behind that truck. You're going to see that person duck behind the truck. And then if you look to the left of your screen, you see someone running from the scene of that blast had just happened. As you can see, there was construction equipment in this neighborhood when this happened, and that is because there has been a long-going construction project. I am told by people who live in this area for at least 2 years here, but I can tell you that according to Public Works, there was a road improvements project that was stretching all the way from Mission Boulevard and Lewelling all the way to Meagland Avenue, which is just down the street. You might have seen a moment ago that BART a train going across. It was about that area. That's where this improvement project was happening. So they were widening the road, putting pedestrian crossings in, and they were going to install some trees as well. But they were still in the early phases of this. But we have heard stories from neighbors who were not happy about the way this construction project had been going and how it was impacting their lives as well.
Yeah, and if you're just now joining us, you're just now learning the details of all this. Andre mentioned it's been going on since about 9:30 this morning. These crews have been here since about 9:30 this morning, several hours now, putting out fires, putting out flames, making sure that the wires are no longer electrified, trying to make sure essentially that the whole area is safe for anyone nearby, but especially for those first responders that are going in and starting an investigation and trying to clean up some of the mess left behind. I'm James Torres here, joined by Andre Sr. We've been bringing you this coverage since it broke about 10 o'clock earlier this morning. You can see the live pictures on the left side of your screen here. You see the fire department from the Alameda County Fire Department, firefighters there, about 75 personnel on the scene who have been there since the morning trying to make sure this situation is safe. They've evacuated pretty much the entire block here, an entire block's worth of homes of people who live nearby this explosion. We know 6 people have been taken to the hospital. At least 2 different properties had some major damage as a result of the explosion and the fire after the explosion. That fire starting just a few minutes after you saw that video started bursting from the smoke there. People across the street say that they felt it, that their windows were broken in, that people were knocked off their feet as a result of the blast. People thought that it sounded like an earthquake, felt like an earthquake. One woman said it sounded like a bomb had gone off. So a really extreme kind of commotion that happened just outside the front doors of people who live here. And as you mentioned, Andre, as you touched on a little bit, people were pretty upset that this construction project had been going on for as long as it had been. They brought up a number of different reasons why, but now there was one woman in particular who said that she was launching a petition, might even gone as far as launch a lawsuit as well, because they say that the people who are responsible for this construction were not hearing the concerns of the community and people who live by there. They were supposed to have these town halls and these hearings. She claims that that never happened, and now many of these people are even more frustrated, as you can imagine, after this explosion than they were when it was just a construction project.
You know, not only have we been watching that explosion video from that Nest camera from across the street very closely, so have viewers, and we did have a viewer call in just a short time ago because we were trying to make sense of the person that was running away from the house on the left-hand side of the screen. One viewer says it appeared to him this person that ran may have been sitting in the excavator, which is that machine with the that you can see there in front of that house, and they appear to get hit in the head by a falling part of the roof as they were trying to get away in this video. All right, so just to recap here, this mandatory evacuation continues this afternoon. Devin Truby, she has been following the weather impacts and how this could impact the area. Devin, you were telling me about an update you got just a moment ago.
Yeah, Andre, we've been tracking the air quality sensors in the area, and 2 of them have gone ahead and changed. I also want to talk about the winds. For people who live nearby are wondering if they're going to be impacted by the smoke or also the natural gas. As we know, natural gas is majority made up of methane, so that would be the concern. If we can go ahead and maybe look at the wind, if we would like. Right now, only about a breeze of about 3 to 5 miles per hour, which is why we're not anticipating pretty much all the smoke is gone from the area by now, but it shouldn't be moving too much into the other areas. It didn't impact visibility in terms of the freeway. This has also been very essential for the firefight because then without all the wind, then you don't have to worry about it the flames spreading. Now, the wind will pick up a little later in the day. We're expecting 8 to 12 miles per hour, but the scene looking very clear right now. Talking about air quality, we do have sensors around the area of where this happened, and within the last area, 2 of them have changed. So green, obviously representing good. Yellow is for moderate air quality. For the region, we did start today with moderate air quality, so that would be for our groups that are sensitive, so adults and older children. They might be struggling already. Now we've seen 2 of the sensors have changed over from green to yellow this morning, one down in the Hayward area and one kind of above and off the Ashland neighborhood. So a few changes to the air quality so far is what we've been experiencing this day. If you are a part of the sensitive group, older adults, children, perhaps have a previous condition like asthma, an N95 mask would be a good solution for this type of situation. With debris like this and with the natural gas, it can be very hard to see in the air. That would be fine particulate matter. That is why a mask is always a great recommendation. If you're in the area feeling any shortness of breath, tightness, always a good idea. Reach out to those emergency crews. They have masks available on their rigs. They also have oxygen if anyone is feeling that tightness. We're going to take it back to the desk now as we have Christina and Alex here to join us.
All right, Devin, thank you. We do want to give a thank you to both Andre Senior and James Torres, who were here for the last 2 hours broadcasting live on this breaking news in Hayward, an explosion and fire that has injured 6 people. I am Christina Rendon. I'm joined with Alex Savage here, and we are broadcasting on Fox Local. When we see these images from Skyfox, just want to take a look at all of the damage and the impact that it has had on this neighborhood in Hayward. You can see all of the damage and debris that has been left behind, cars under rubble as well. I even saw a car that had been charred and was stuck under the rubble as well, because it was right near that ignition site from the home. You can see also the windows broken out from this vehicle. So extensive damage from this one explosion at a home that rippled across to the neighboring homes. You can see part of a roof there on another car. Just extensive damage. This is something that is going to be taking likely all day and into the coming days to kind of sort out and figure out exactly what happened here. But this all began around 7:30 this morning when crews were working in the area. This was a third-party crew working for PG&E when they hit a gas line at around 7:35 this morning. And they did immediately go into remediating that work and trying to fix what they had done. They did say that they did repair the line in the 8 o'clock hour, but then around 9:30, that explosion happened unexpectedly as those crews were working, and it was really a shock to them as they were taken off guard by the sheer impact of this explosion. You can see here in this Nest video, if you just take a look, the explosion happening here on the 800 block of Lewelling.
Yeah, stunning images there from that doorbell camera. And from those images, you can see that there were, in fact, construction crews already there at that scene when the blast took place. And what we really are looking to learn more about from PG&E is really the timeline of how this all unfolded. As you said, early this morning at 7:30, you had this outside construction crew that struck a gas line, ruptured that line. It seemed as though repairs had been made from the reports we're getting. And then the question is, what happened after that? It appears as though work was continuing in that area here, and then suddenly, obviously out of nowhere, this blast happened here that just leveled that one home and obviously damaged a second property right next door and caused that massive fire here, and again sent 6 people to the hospital. The other outstanding question here is the severity of the injuries for those people who were taken to the hospital. Do we have a sense of whether they were all neighbors in that community who were injured in the fire and the blast, or if some of them may have been workers?
I believe some of them are workers.
Okay.
In fact, you can see here in this video, there was somebody sitting in that construction crane. They were jolted by the explosion itself, and the man tries to get out of that construction unit, and part of the roof fell on top of him. We did see that in that video. There was another worker nearby who tried to run off and get away from the blast. So we do know it likely some of the workers were injured. Now, as far as the people nearby, that's still a question of, are these all 6 people who were workers, crews, or are they people who live in the neighborhood as well? Yeah. One person who has been out there all morning long for us is KTVU's Jana Katsuyama. We're going to go right back out to her live now to explain what she's seeing on the ground and what exactly is happening in the area that she's in. Jana.
Hi there. So one of the things I wanted to show you is this picture behind me. This is the exit for 238 onto East Lewelling, and you can see that they have it just completely blocked with emergency vehicles. That's because they had to stage some of the county fire vehicles there. One of the things that we have been seeing changing in the past 10-15 minutes is the ambulances have now pulled back. A lot of the fire vehicles have now put their ladders down, pulled in their hoses, and we are now seeing PG&E trucks come in. So just in the past 15 minutes, I've seen at least 2 large PG&E vehicles coming in and staging just outside this area. We do understand that a public information officer from PG&E is here on scene and is collecting information, and we're expecting something shortly from them. But a while ago, when we talked to you last, there were people working on the power lines. We are now also hearing the sound of construction jackhammers. There are some people who are kind of going in surrounding that area. There is still a smell of smoke here in the air, but we aren't seeing the same kind of heavy smoke coming in from the site itself. Again, 2 properties, 3 buildings that the assistant fire chief says has been damaged, and we are also expecting an update from the assistant fire chief when PG&E arrives. So they're going to give us an update as to what they're seeing now. That area, again, once they had that fire suppressed, they said they were actually going to try and go in and start the investigation phase of this. So that is something that we are hoping to learn as to what the cause was, what the source was of this fire, whether it was from outside, with the construction project that's been going on here, or if it was something else that was separate internal to the property. So that's what we have right now at the scene, just to give you a little bit of an update.
And Jana, you talked about the fact that they have the fire finally under control here after several hours, and I remember hearing from authorities that the next phase was going to be a search of that property here. With that being said, are there any reports, anyone in the neighborhood talking about anyone who is unaccounted for?
At this point, we haven't. We've been seeing a lot of people kind of coming in. I just spoke with Deborah, who lives next door. Her sister rushed in. She tells me that her house she's been told by the fire crews that it is uninhabitable. So they're going to have to find a place to stay overnight. We've also heard from somebody who lives on the other side of the property that exploded. We haven't heard yet what their status is, but this is having an impact, Alex, throughout the whole neighborhood, not just those 2 homes that were involved in the fire.
And do you get the sense that people will likely be let back in at any point today, or are they all being kept back? And has the perimeter been growing and expanding, and you yourself getting pushed back as the morning and afternoon progresses?
They have kept the line here for us, for all of the media standing right here. At least at this point, we do know that there are some people who are not able to stay in their homes. And so we haven't heard anything yet about what accommodations are going to be made for them. We did talk to that Deborah who was allowed, earlier when we were doing the interview, she said she had medications that she had to get from out of there. She said that she ended up being able to go back inside to get those medications. So that was something, obviously, a lot of stress here for people who live in this area. So that was one, way that they were able to kind of at least get some materials. But she's still here in her bathrobe. So, a lot of people just had to leave at the time of the fire and then now are just trying to figure out what they can do.
Yeah. Jana, let me ask you quickly, too, about the scene that you showed us behind you a moment ago, the off-ramp to Lewelling Boulevard from 238, and you showed us all those fire trucks that were staged right there. Do we have a sense about sort of what their role is going to be, just kind of overhaul of this fire moving forward?
It's a little bit unclear right now. I think they are just in a holding pattern until PG&E comes, because I think they're really relying on PG&E to kind of do an assessment of this situation to be able to find out if they still need that support from the county fire resources, or if it means that they need to have, a little bit more room cleared. But, as you mentioned right there, you can see that they have that staging area. They say that, it'll probably be until PG&E comes, until they give that assessment, before they'll be able to have an all clear of some of these apparatus that are out here.
That makes sense.
Really quick before I let you go, I do want to ask about the construction that was happening in the area, because we've heard all morning that this was a controversial project. A lot of neighbors in that area were upset with the ongoing construction that had been taking place for the past few months. Curious what you've heard from neighbors there on the scene about what had been taking place.
We can actually kind of pan over and you can see this trench that's on the side of Lewelling Road. It goes for blocks, and I think some of them were really concerned. They didn't want this to happen. There had been some discussion about when it rained, some of the water flooding these, so they had come back to do additional work. And from what the residents are telling me, they're very upset. I think we had mentioned before, some of them had even gone to the point of trying to file lawsuits against the government to try and stop this. But one of the things that they are concerned about now going forward is if there is any connection between this explosion and the fire and what this construction project is, they are going to want a lot of answers, a lot of reassurance from the government if this project is going to continue, because you can see that they are still quite a ways away from completing this project. There's still a lot of work to be done, and we do understand that there were 2 people who were possibly involved with construction who are among those 6 who were taken to the hospital.
Okay, Jana Katsuyama reporting live for us there on the scene. Jana, thank you so much. We'll let you keep gathering some information and check back in with you as soon as PG&E comes up to the podium for that press conference. You can see there, Alex, in her video, it looked like freshly poured concrete. So there was active construction going on there. And in our aerial videos from Skyfox 2, there was a crane. Jana had mentioned she heard digging and the sound of drilling. There was a crane at the property right outside of where that explosion happened. It looked like it was getting ready to drill into that freshly poured concrete, that sidewalk there. And you can see them still working and appearing to do some type of work in that area where all of this has been blocked off because of the explosion. Jana was live for us right near the Highway 238 interchange, or not interchange, but the on and off ramps, I should say. Right. California Highway Patrol had to shut those down between East 14th and Lewelling Boulevard, and as well from Mission to Paradise Boulevards. As far as we know, those areas still do remain closed off. She mentioned 6 people injured. It's unclear what their statuses are, but we do know that all 6 were taken to local hospitals, and at least 2 people were seen being put on stretchers and put into ambulances and taken away from that scene. Smoke, of course, billowing into the sky when this happened for a very long time, and then an ensuing fire that followed from that explosion. So you can imagine how difficult it's going to be for crews to go in there, firefighters to kind of comb through that entire property and make sure they didn't miss anything and make sure they didn't miss anyone if there are, in fact, any other additional victims or survivors.
Yeah. And I think Jana made a really important point here about just sort of the broad impact of this explosion and the resulting fire here, because obviously when you see that doorbell camera, the blast happens at a single property, but just the force from that explosion, you can just see from those aerial shots, it obviously caused damage in a number of surrounding homes and people whose homes may be damaged to the point where they're uninhabitable, as Jana alluded to. This means this is a long-term disaster, for lack of a better term, for those folks. If they can't stay in their homes, they're obviously going to need a place to stay for quite some time. So let's bring in Crystal Bailey. She's also on the ground here near Hayward at the scene of this explosion. Crystal, what are the updates you're getting?
Yeah, I've been speaking with neighbors who have been just on looking and really trying to grasp what happened. I'm here with Oscar Vasquez here. You live maybe a couple of houses down, 4 or 5 houses down. Yeah. Tell me how it felt when you heard the explosion and what was going on for you.
Oh, I thought it was, at first I thought it was an earthquake, and then I was like, wait, that was too quick for an earthquake, and then I saw, I thought it was either like a semi-truck or one of the excavators fell over, and then I came outside, saw everybody crowding around. I saw the smoke coming out from the house, and I was like, oh no, it's even worse.
Yeah, you started recording, you started taking pictures. You mentioned to me earlier that this construction project has been happening for a better part of a year, and some neighbors are pretty upset about that. What's been your take on that?
My take is just that there's just needed to be a lot more communication, not only within themselves, but with us. It just felt like there's not been a lot of communication to what they were going to do, what's been happening. It's also just should have been taken a lot sooner of time to be done. There's been construction projects all over the street and all over the area that's been done within a year to less than a year to like 6 months. So this has been 1+. So, and not even looking to be done because they haven't even done the other side of the street yet. So I don't know when it's going to be done now.
Yeah, and you mentioned there's some bike lanes that they're putting here where your property was. Talk to me a little about what you saw when you came out here. You saw folks coming out. Yeah. You saw some injuries. What did you see?
What I saw initially was I saw the smoke. I got a little closer, and then as things were freaking out, there were some workers trying to get everybody clear, and then I saw a couple people getting pulled out. An older woman and possibly her daughter. I'm not sure. I don't know the neighbors that well, but yeah, they appear to be pretty injured.
And then did you say you saw workers also injured?
Yeah, they were being worked on after the fact. I don't think they were too injured because they were still standing, moving around. Not super disoriented, but they were getting looked at by paramedics and did get taken away shortly after.
You mentioned to me earlier that you thought this all could have been prevented.
Yeah, 100%. Like I said earlier, it was just there should have been a lot more communication. I feel like the fact that they had to call PG&E after the fact to come in due to whatever had happened, they should have already been out here. Construction started and they didn't even call PG&E to take out the electricity poles because what was told to me by some construction workers that they hadn't talked to PG&E and PG&E was like, oh, well, you didn't tell us earlier to come out. So like I said, communication, I feel like a lot of this could have just been expedited and honestly does better in like Pleasanton. I don't want to pull that card, but I feel like that this stuff doesn't happen in Pleasanton, in Livermore, Danville, other places that are unincorporated. This stuff doesn't happen. Things are done way faster, but it just has to happen to a predominantly, colored community.
And you live a few houses down, and you felt that eruption. Do you have any words for some of the neighbors that you saw getting pulled out there?
It's a tragedy, I've lost family members too to a lot of stuff, and I just feel for them too, because not only do I feel for them, like it just could have been any one of us. They could have nicked any one of these gas mains all around the street, because I feel bad that it had to happen to them, but it's like I said, it just could have been prevented.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. And we're still waiting to hear back from PG&E and some officials that are expected to speak, hopefully within the next hour or so. But, you heard it. There are some neighbors here that are just really concerned about this construction work and the impact of it. Obviously, the number of victims we're hearing are 6 right now, potentially some workers. And we haven't yet heard an update on the condition of those folks who are injured. So people are really here just waiting to find out more information as we continue to also wait for that information from officials.
All right, Crystal, we appreciate the update there, and certainly you can understand the frustration from neighbors like Oscar, they talk about this construction project that's been going on for quite some time here, and they have a lot of questions about what unfolded this morning after the gas line was initially ruptured. Then potentially it sounds like repairs may have been made, and then you obviously have this devastating blast that happens in the middle of this neighborhood here. This is the Ashland neighborhood, unincorporated Alameda County, close to Hayward, also near Castro Valley, just south of 238, right along the Lewelling Blvd is where this all unfolded this morning. The explosion happened just after 9:30 this morning, just to get you up to speed here. And authorities are saying 6 people were injured here, including a couple of workers who were on site, who were obviously involved in that construction project along Lewelling Blvd that had been going on. And we do not have information at this point on the conditions of all of those people who were taken to hospitals. But we did hear there from that neighbor that Crystal spoke with, Oscar Vasquez. He says that he saw some of the workers being treated at the scene. He says that they were being treated by first responders. They were still standing, and they appeared to be doing okay. You know, sort of the way he described it, they were not in critical condition. They were standing up and getting treatment from the first responders. We don't know about, that is certainly a good sign. We don't know about the other people who were inside that home or any of the adjacent homes who were injured as well. And that's obviously information we're hoping to get from the authorities as we move through the afternoon. So we're obviously looking ahead here to further updates from the Alameda County Fire Department, the main agency that responded here to the initial blast and the subsequent fire that took several hours to put out. It was a really stubborn fire. It just continued to burn. So we're looking forward to an update from the Alameda County Fire Department on the injuries and more on their response. We're also looking ahead here, as we've continued to mention, to the PG&E spokesperson, who we understand is on the scene here, and we are looking forward to hearing from the PG&E spokesperson to really get a better sense of what exactly unfolded this morning with this gas line that was affected by the outside construction crew. What sort of work was done to address that ruptured line initially, and what PG&E is doing right now and moving forward to try to address the situation here in this particular neighborhood. Should we bring Mark DeVoe into the picture?
Sure, let's do that, because he's been with us all morning talking about the steps that crews are taking and the way these kind of investigations play out. Mark, thanks for joining us here on the phone. Now that we're several hours removed from the explosion itself, I mean, we're still in a very preliminary stage. What do you expect crews are doing right now?
Yeah, they're kind of doing your, if you will, salvage wrap-up. So they're picking up hoses, they're getting the rigs back in service, they're kind of taking a look at the investigation, they're coordinating, they're getting those crews back into the fire stations, they've got a paramedic rig on standby, an ambulance. And now comes the exhaustive part of working with the utility contractor, the third party, who was third-party subcontractor to PG&E, as well as PG&E, as well as Alameda County Sheriff's. It's their jurisdiction. And I'm going to assume they're going to maybe bring in some fire investigators, can take a look around. And the reason for that, not so much is they're pretty much know what happened here, I think. What they're concerned about is, you know, doing a thorough investigation from the outset, because this is going to be one of those situations that certainly is going to generate lawsuits and damage. And you hear the neighbors are very upset about what's transpired in their neighborhood. Compliments to the neighbor. What I've been hearing all morning is neighbors helping neighbors through this. So that's wonderful. But this is going to be a long, drawn-out investigation, and it's going to take some time for people to get this all straightened out.
Well, what's striking me is the fact that we're watching these live images, and there are still construction crews out there and still work being done. You know, for many of the years that we've covered news and covered explosions, typically work would just stop and come to a halt as investigators come in. But we are watching construction crews still digging nearby. So I'm curious how that plays into what they're doing right now and how that plays into the investigation. And I'm not sure if you're privy to that information, but it is interesting to see work has stopped right at the explosion site with officers on the ground, but nearby construction crews are continuing to work.
Well, some of that may be the initial construction renovation they were doing. I rather doubt that. What they may be doing is digging up other parts of that line to figure out where they can section it off so that they can get power and gas restored to the other areas that aren't involved.
Okay. Mark, we are going to go now. We appreciate your input. We are going to go back now to the podium that's set up here near the scene of this explosion. We can see a spokesperson here from the Alameda County Fire Department letting folks know that they are going to do another update. It sounds like we're going to listen in here. That is Cheryl Hurd from the Alameda County Fire Department, who's been giving us some of the preliminary information that they have. Let's listen in to Cheryl.
Alameda County Fire Department. With me, we have Tamar Sarkeesian with PG&E. That's TAMARSARKISSIAM. is in Nancy, spokesperson for PG&E. We're going to start off with her because we haven't heard from her yet. Then we'll have Deputy Chief Ryan Nishimoto. with the Alameda County Fire Department, and he will go over the nuts and bolts of the situation. And then if you need him, Roberto Morales with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department Sergeant is also here, who can add a few words about traffic and things like that. So first off, we're going to start out with Tamar Sarkisian.
Hello, everybody. The safety of our customers' hometowns.
So first off, we're going to start out with Tamar Sarkisian.
Hello, everybody. The safety of our customers' hometowns and our crews is our most important responsibility. PG&E was notified at 7:25 a.m. PG&E was notified at 7:35 a.m. that a third party unaffiliated with PG&E struck an underground gas line on Lewelling Blvd in Hayward. PG&E immediately dispatched our crews to the scene. Once on site, they worked to isolate the damaged line and stop the flow of gas. The flow of gas was stopped at 9:25 a.m. Shortly after, at approximately 9:35 a.m., an explosion and structure fire occurred on Lewelling Blvd. Those on site, including PG&E crews, worked with first responders to make the area safe. PG&E will be conducting an extensive investigation around the potential cause. I do not have that information. We are going to be investigating all the details.
And what's the plan right now? We saw some people up on the lines up there. How many people are without power, and what is the plan for PG&E in terms of as you're conducting this investigation?
I'm happy to get that information to you. I can follow up afterwards.
So the line is what exploded.
We are investigating the situation, and we will be providing updates as we know more.
The explosion happened just 10 minutes after the gas line was shut off, but for 2 hours gas was flowing, correct?
Correct.
So could that have contributed to?
We are going to be investigating. We were working to shut off gas, and we'll have more information with time, but right now we're really focused on what's going on today and the site here.
What's the protocol for PG&E if there is a compromised line? Because we heard from some of the people in the neighborhood that they weren't alerted ahead of time.
I can definitely touch base with you. Typically, if there is any kind of issue with a home, if somebody ever calls, says they smell gas, we immediately advise people to evacuate that location. So that's our typical, like if you call PG&E directly and say you smell gas, that is our guidance.
But between the break, was there any notification that was sent out to anyone?
I can check into that for you.
Do you know why it took 2 hours for them to get here and turn it off?
It did not take them 2 hours to get here, but we did have to isolate the lines and the damaged lines, and also work to essentially we had to work to stop the flow of gas. So that is a process, and I can explain more.
This is not the first time something like this happens, and you guys probably know. I know PG&E was working on it, but you guys came to help. But there was a window of 2 hours. If this has happened before, maybe not as bad as today, did you guys think about evacuating people, at least the residents that were nearby the area where the damage happened?
We're investigating this situation. We're going to be learning a lot more, and it's going to be an extensive investigation. But this was a third party that had dug in, third party unaffiliated with PG&E. We did arrive on the scene shortly after, and we did get to work to isolate the line and to stop the flow of gas.
So what was the work that was being done by that third party?
One more question. Go ahead.
The way that the line was damaged, was there concern at that point that it could lead to an explosion? I mean,
at this point, this is all under investigation. Like I said, we're really focused on what's going on here right now, and we will be investigating.
Can you just say your name and title?
Yes, Tamar Sarkisian, PG&E spokesperson.
And spell it out.
TAMAR Last name is Sarkissian, as in Nancy.
Okay, thanks.
What's going on out here?
Next up, we have Deputy Chief Ryan Nishimoto, Nishimoto, Alameda County Fire. He's just going to give you a recap of what's been going on all morning.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ryan Nishimoto, Alameda County Fire, Deputy Chief of Operations. I don't have anything further to report from my last update, but I will recap for those who weren't here. At 9:38, our units were dispatched to an explosion and report of a house on fire here on the 800 block of East Lewelling and unincorporated Hayward. First in units did find smoke and flames in structures, multiple structures in the area. This extended to a third alarm fire, which included 75 firefighters to maintain the fire and to help contain it. In return, too, the county sent mutual aid to help cover our districts while we were there. What we found damage was 3 structures that were on 2 separate lots on the 800 block. There was also on another lot adjacent to the 2 main lots affected, some moderate damage to a house that was sitting on the lot line there. Out of victims or injuries to the fire, no firefighters were injured or emergency responders, but there were 6 people who were involved in this incident who were transported to the hospital. It's unknown of their condition at this time. Also, there's reports that there were 2 that were possibly not found yet. They're unaccounted for. We're looking for them. It's possible that they're at work or at school. More to follow. What we're going to do is spend the next several hours combing through the debris, making sure there's no more fire, and making sure that everything else is handled from this point forward.
Can you talk to us about the victims, people that you guys
When our fire crew showed up, everyone was outside already who needed help. How they got there, I'm not sure. I know that there were people with different extensive injuries. 3 were considered immediate transports, and 3 were considered minor of the 6.
Did you say, excuse me, you said this before, how many people were residents of those homes? How many people were workers outside?
I'm not sure how many were residents, but we do know of the residents there. 2 have not been located yet. Their car is not here as well, so there's a good chance that they're not home.
So the 2 you're looking for may not actually even be there?
That's correct.
Just you said those victims were already outside of the home when you got there?
Yes, the victims that were transported were already outside when our fire crew showed up.
What were the issues?
Was there any official evacuation procedure at all, or did everybody just do everything on their own?
I'll have to defer that to our partners in Alameda County Sheriff's Office. They assisted with evacuation.
And based on the blast and where the debris was found, do you have any indication as to which of those, the property where it was that was the origin of the explosion?
I'm not sure to name the property when I look at it from this point, but it sounds like there's a video online that you could see where the explosion occurred.
But within that property, do you know where that explosion, what might have sparked that explosion?
I do not know.
What were the challenges to containing and putting this fire out?
A lot of the challenges that initial crews faced were power lines were actually falling onto the homes because of the flames impinging upon them. And then also not knowing if it was a gas leak, electrical and cause. Crews were feeling some of the electricity when engaging the fire and had to back out a little bit.
When did you learn that PG&E had turned off the gas? Had crews already been on the scene at that time? Or you relayed that information later on?
I'm not sure exactly when PG&E turned off the gas, but when they showed up on scene, we asked them to do it and they were working fast.
And could you explain what you mean by feeling the electricity?
When they were attacking the fire, they could feel electric shocks as they're making entry into some of the homes.
They actually felt electric shocks. Was that from the ladder or was that on the ground?
Not sure.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next up.
Are you guys anticipating opening the road at all tonight or today?
It's unknown right now. We will open it, but there's no timeline for that right now. Next up, you might have a few questions for Roberto Morales with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department.
Hello, Sergeant Roberto Morales, Public Information Officer for the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. No new update for myself, but just as a recap, our deputies arrived here within 2 minutes of the call, and immediately as soon as they arrived, they started helping and removing people from the hazardous areas and moving them to safe locations. We also helped Alco Fire with our drones so that way they can have an overhead view of what is going on to try to help them out as much as we can. So as far as when these roads are going to open, we're not sure yet. We're still in communication with everyone here to try to figure out when it will be safe to do so. I believe the roads close off from here from the 238 on-ramp and from Raglan Road. So that's going to be closed for a while. Once we get that further update on when it will be open, we'll let you guys know.
Can you maybe give us some insight as to what your deputies face when they catch you this situation with the victims? How can you guys come out and help them?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Can you maybe tell us what the deputies encountered when you guys got here and the rest of the victims?
I didn't get into too much detail about what they actually faced or what they actually saw, but what I do know is they arrived within 2 minutes from the time of the call that when we received it from our dispatch. And when they arrived here, they immediately started looking at, okay, they saw a hazardous area, and they started getting people and moving them to safety. Once they started doing that, then they started organizing ambulance rides to hospitals and stuff like that.
I know you said that this area was evacuated, and I know earlier you said you couldn't say or you didn't know exactly how many people had been evacuated, but when officers first got on scene, were they evacuating people from this area, and did those people say if they had been told of any other evacuation before you guys got here?
So I don't know of any other evacuation besides the ones we conducted when we arrived here on scene. That's when we started evacuating people, and I believe it's about 10 houses from each side is what I was given, an approximate amount. It's not exact. And so we're working with Red Cross and trying to figure out, and with PG&E and Alco Fire to find out the safe time when everyone can come back and when we can open these roads.
And was it just here on Lewelling, or there were some houses that were on the backside of these properties?
I'm not sure about that.
Maybe this is for PG&E, but if the gas line was hit at 7:35, why did we wait 2 hours to turn the gas off?
Just to clarify, we did not wait 2 hours to shut the gas off. We were working to isolate the line and to be able to safely turn off the gas. So it is a process, and we were working. We did not wait.
So it's a 2 hour long process, though?
We're looking into that, but it is a process. In some cases, it can be more complicated than other times. Oftentimes, will require digging. So, like I said, we were not waiting. We were working on it during that time.
And when you say isolate that area, what does that mean? Like, what was
to sort of pinpoint and restrain the area of impact of damage. But this is something we're all going to be finding out more about during the investigation. Thank you.
Do you know what the other company was doing? I just have one question. Does PG&E usually conduct evacuations? Like if there is something like this, PG&E workers go around and evacuate people? Or is that something where you would call the sheriff or the fire department to come do?
And maybe this is something that the fire department, but that is, it is not something that we typically do. It's something that first responders usually do.
Did you alert them to, hey, there was a line that was hit, can we evacuate people as a precaution?
And maybe this is something you guys can send in.
That'd be something good.
Sure. When it comes to the evacuations, I can speak for when our crews arrived on scene and also our partners in Alameda County Sheriff's Office. When we determine there's an evacuation, we coordinate together what needs to be evacuated, and then ACSO carries it out.
Did they know about the gas leak before the explosion at all? Were you alerted that there was one in this area?
We were alerted that there was one in the area.
At 7:30?
Yes.
Okay, and you guys didn't come out here and evacuate or anything?
No, we did not. We did not evacuate. We did come out, but we were called out, but we did not evacuate anyone.
So there were fire officers on scene when the explosion happened?
Yes, there was one unit on scene that met PG&E on scene earlier in the morning.
And what time was that?
That was approximately 2 hours before, so I'm guessing 7:30.
So you had one
AM.
truck, or
One fire engine responded.
one fire engine was here at 7:30 with PG&E crews.
So why didn't you evacuate folks in their homes if you thought there was gas flowing and there was a risk?
So when PG&E was on scene and our crews were on scene, we determined through PG&E how we can assist, and they said we could not assist them in this case.
So you're saying that you were waiting on PG&E to give you the green light to do an evacuation?
When our crew showed up 2 hours prior, we did not smell gas, detect gas, or see any reason for an emergency. So we waited to speak to PG&E, and PG&E said they can handle the situation. So our crews released at that point.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chief. That's all we have at this time. I'm really not sure if you need an update at this time. I have no idea how long this road will be closed. We're going to go and figure out if we can have more information. But as far as information about injuries and things like that, all we know is 6 people have been transported to local hospitals and they're being treated. That's all we have for right now. If we have another update, I'll put it out on my media contacts to let you know. But that's all we have right now. Thank you.
Okay, that was Cheryl Hurd with the Alameda County Fire Department wrapping up this media conference that we had been waiting for pretty much all morning. And this is the very first time we heard from a PG&E spokesperson about what has happened here and how they were called out to the scene. Tamar Sarkeesian saying definitively that the crew that was working there was not affiliated with PG&E. There was some reports earlier that they were a third-party contractor, so it was unclear whether or not they were hired by PG&E. But Tamar now saying that this crew was unaffiliated by PG&E when that explosion happened. PG&E was called out after the explosion to try to secure the line, but we do know that gas had been flowing for about 2 hours out of that line before it was contained and safe. PG&E did say that they did not wait 2 hours to close off that line, but they were doing active work in the area to make sure that they could get that line repaired. So that is one new piece of information we learned from them. She said they're focused on what's happening here right now. She didn't extend into what that means in terms of what their crews are doing as we speak. And we still don't know the protocol for PG&E. What happens when there is a compromised line? What do they do? Do they send out notifications? Because she could not tell us whether or not people in the neighborhood received notifications to evacuate their home or to leave. We did hear from the Alameda County fire official there that they did not smell the presence of gas when they arrived, but that's something that we will be looking into in the coming hours as the afternoon progresses on. But she did say that the safety of their customers is, of course, their first priority, and they immediately did dispatch their PG&E crews on the scene to make sure they could stop that flow of gas. It happened at about 9:25 a.m. when the gas was finally stopped. About 10 minutes later, this explosion happened that you can see in this Nest camera video from a neighbor that lives right across the street. You can imagine just how scary those moments were for people who were in their homes, feeling that shaking, feeling the windows shattering. I think some windows also broke as well. A lot of people describing it as the feeling of an earthquake or feeling like it was part of a Hollywood movie. So this did rattle the entire neighborhood there in unincorporated Alameda County between Ashland and Cherryland. So PG&E crews working with first responders and 75 firefighters were called out to this area, responding once a fire did erupt following that explosion.
Yeah, still a lot of outstanding questions that, PG&E is trying to answer here in terms of whether there were any notifications that did go out to neighbors on this block after this third-party construction crew initially struck that underground gas line and ruptured it, and it took PG&E, as you said, roughly 2 hours, they say, to isolate that rupture in the gas line and to stop the flow of gas, and then it was not 10 minutes later when that explosion took place. We also did get an update from the Alameda County Fire Department as well, and there are several points to bring up here, new information we just learned. They did say, the representative for the Alameda County Fire Department, Ryan Nishimoto, did say that they have reports of 2 residents from that block who are unaccounted for. Now, to put that in some context, in the same breath, he also says it is possible that those 2 people were not home when the explosion took place. He pointed out their car is not there, but obviously authorities they have to check all the boxes here. And if there are 2 people and they don't know their whereabouts after something like this, they obviously are going to continue to try to find those folks and make sure that they're okay. So they do have reports of 2 people unaccounted for right now after this explosion. Hopefully those folks were out somewhere, just weren't home when this all took place. We also know that the fire department is going to continue to search through the rubble of that blast and just make sure that no one else is there and is underneath some of that debris. We also got a little bit more clarity on the severity of the injuries for the 6 people who were injured in this explosion. The firefighter, Ryan Nishimoto, said that 3 of the people had minor injuries and were taken to hospitals, and then he described the fact that 3 of the other victims were, in his words, immediate transports, obviously meaning their injuries were more severe. We just are hoping the best for all the folks who were injured in this blast. Obviously, a devastating explosion right there, and it affected. So we got clarity, too, on how many homes were affected. The fire department is saying 3 buildings on 2 separate lots had severe damage here. So 3 separate homes or buildings on 2 different properties with severe damage. And then they're saying that another property that's just adjacent, I believe he was saying on the backside, had some moderate damage.
Yeah, I believe it was 2 homes and then 1 building behind one of the homes that was damaged as well. We're going to wrap things up here. And just to give you a recap, this was an explosion in a Hayward residential neighborhood early this morning. The explosion was followed by a fire. Fire crews have been on scene working to put that fire out. A gas line that was hit by crews has now been shut off, and crews are now descending on the scene from PG&E to kind of investigate and figure out what went wrong when an unaffiliated construction crew hit that gas line early this morning while they were digging on Lewelling Blvd. 6 people in the hospital. We'll, of course, stay on top of the story and bring you any pertinent updates and cut back in here on Fox Local and bring that information to you as soon as we get it. We're going to leave you with these live images from Skyfox and as well as our crews that are on the ground gathering information. You can continue streaming these images right now on Fox Local. Thanks so much for joining us.
room at the Plaza Hotel. All right, you got it. Thanks, man. If you're here, let me know. We don't have anybody talking. Just okay. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me if you can.
just gonna pull it back a little bit and then pull it forward and then let it get out and we'll plug it back in. Just bring it all in front of this PG&E truck right here. Get all the top and pull the tube out of here. We may need it again, so hopefully we'll replace it now. I'll bring back the hydrant and if I need to charge it again, I'll come back.
Get out here, Alex. Go and get it.
See you, man. Are you gone?
We're out. All right. See you, man. Thank you.
No, I just seen the, I just watched it real quick.
told you, I think I could get a lot closer, but I'd have to tear everything down and move. I mean, it would be kind of a hassle. Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, give me a picture, that's all we want. Okay, you got it. That's right. Okay, bye-bye.
barricade, somebody moved it. Yeah. We're gonna close off now. I don't know who moved our stuff. What's going on?
First at 4 this afternoon, breaking news. Dramatic video of a massive explosion and fire near Hayward.
I'm getting coffee for my wife.
First at 4 this afternoon, breaking news. Dramatic video of a massive explosion and fire near Hayward.
I'm getting coffee for my wife. I'm looking around, I hear this. I thought it was an earthquake. And my wife was screaming, get in here, get in here. And I didn't even notice the front window was blown out.
From KTVU Fox 2 News, this is The 4.
In the last half hour, we've learned that everyone now accounted for following that massive explosion right there in that neighborhood. Welcome, everyone, to The 4 this afternoon. I'm Heather Holmes.
And good afternoon. I'm Alex Savage. KTVU's Janet Katsuyama has been at the scene since shortly after this explosion and fire this morning. She spoke